Hello there, my sleepy fellows of thought and dream. Welcome to a gentle journey across the vast tapestry of time and wonder. Tonight, as the stars glimmer like silver memories above us, I invite you to settle comfortably, to breathe deeply, and to join me in exploring the ancient pathways between realms. Let your body sink softly into restfulness as we wander together through the mists of legend. Close your eyes now, if you haven't already, and imagine yourself resting beneath a canopy of stars. The night air is sweet with the scent of night blooming. Flowers and the world around you has grown quiet, save for the gentle symphony of evening. Crickets singing their lullabies, leaves whispering secrets to the breeze, and perhaps the distant murmur of a stream flowing over smooth stones. This peaceful moment is our gateway into a tale of wonder and wisdom, a chronicle of light and shadow, of journeys both physical and spiritual. Tonight, we trace the footsteps of one who walked between worlds, Gandalf the Grey, though he was not always known by that name. Our tale begins in the ancient realm of Valinor, the blessed realm beyond the western seas, where the immortal Valar dwell in timeless beauty. There, among gardens of perpetual bloom, and beneath trees of silver and gold, lived a spirit of great wisdom named Olórin. This is a tale of transformation, not the sudden, violent change of lightning striking earth, but the gentle, inevitable transformation of seasons turning, of dawn softening the edge of night. It is a story of how wisdom learns compassion, how immortality comes to cherish the brief, bright flame of mortal life, and how ancient power finds its truest expression in gentle guidance rather than dominion. If you find comfort in our journey, together in the soft pathways of story that lead towards sleep, I invite you, when you next awaken, and subscribe to consider joining us again for future tales. Perhaps leave a gentle word to tell others of the peace you found here, or simply carry the memory of this journey with you into your days. But for now, let all thought of tomorrow fade like mist in morning sun as we travel back to the beginning, to the luminous shores of Valinor, where our story begins. In the undying lands of Valinor, where time flowed like honey, golden, sweet, and unhurried, dwelled a Maya spirit named Olórin. Unlike some of his kin who delighted in strength or swiftness, Olórin's essence was that of wisdom and understanding. He appeared not as a warrior clad in armor, nor as a lord crowned with glory, but as a gentle presence with eyes that reflected starlight and held depths of ancient knowing. Olórin's form was never quite fixed in those days, for the Maya could change their appearance as mortals might change their garments. Sometimes he walked among the gardens of Lórien as an elder with silver hair that caught the light of the two trees. Other times he moved unseen, a whisper of thought or a breath of inspiration in the minds of others. But always he carried with him a quiet radiance like twilight held in reverent hands. The gardens of Lórien in Valinor were his home, where dreamlike beauty flourished under the care of the Valar Irmo, master of visions and desires. There, fountains played melodies that soothed troubled hearts, and flowers bloomed that had no names in mortal tongues. Yet despite the perfection that surrounded him, Olórin felt drawn to wander beyond these gardens, particularly to the halls of Nienna, she who weeps. Nienna dwelled apart in halls facing westward toward the walls of the world. She was the Lady of Mercy, who turned sorrow to wisdom, and in her presence, Olórin learned compassion that transcended mere knowledge. Often, he would sit at her feet as she gazed out across the vast seas, tears like liquid crystal flowing down her ageless face, not in despair, but in deep understanding of the world's pain. From her, he learned that true wisdom is not found in detachment, but in feeling deeply the joys and sorrows of all living things. To understand is to love, she would say, in a voice like distant waves upon the shore, and to love is to serve. And Olórin, listening, felt something stir within his immortal spirit, a calling not yet fully understood, but resonant as a bell, tone in still air. The light in Valinor came not from sun or moon in those ancient days, but from the two trees that stood upon the hill of Ezelohar, Telperion, with its silver leaves and dew of gentle radiance, and Olurin, whose golden flowers cascaded with warm light like honey. In their mingled light, Olórin would sometimes sit for what might have been days or centuries, contemplating the balance of brightness and shadow, of knowing and mystery. It was during one such moment of contemplation that Olórin first felt a stirring of something beyond the perfect boundaries of Valinor, a distant echo of voices calling from across a great divide, from lands wrapped in twilight and shadow where mortal beings walked beneath stars but knew not their maker. Olórin's days in Valinor flowed with the gentle rhythm of immortality, each moment perfect yet indistinguishable from countless others that came before. In the gardens of Lórien, he would walk paths lined with flowers that bloomed with living light, their petals opening and closing in harmony with the mingled radiance of the two trees. The silver light of Telperion would bathe the world in a cool, dreaming glow like moonlight distilled to its purest essence, and then slowly yield as the golden warmth of Lórien rose to its zenith, infusing the air with a honeyed luminescence that nourished both body and spirit. Often, in the quiet hours when the silver light was waxing, Olórin would sit beside one of the many pools scattered throughout the gardens. These were no ordinary waters, for they reflected not just what stood before them, but sometimes visions of distant places or times long past. The surface would ripple with images that came and went like thoughts in a meditative mind. The birth of stars, the awakening of the firstborn elves beside the waters of Cuiviénen, the slow, patient growth of ancient forests in lands far beyond the sea. As he watched these visions, Olórin would sometimes become aware of a gentle presence beside him, Urmo, the master of dreams and visions, lord of the gardens themselves. Urmo rarely spoke, preferring to communicate through images that blossomed in the mind, like flowers opening to the sun. Together they would contemplate the reflections in the pool, and sometimes Urmo would guide the visions toward particular scenes, as if wanting to show Olórin something of special importance. "The waters remember," Urmo once said, his voice like the distant murmur of a stream, "and sometimes they foresee. Look deeply, Olórin, for the patterns that emerge may guide your path in days to come." In the hours of Lórelin's fullest radiance, Olórin would often wander among the Eldar who dwelled in Valinor. Unlike some of the Maiar who kept their distance, from the elves, Olórin delighted in their company. He would listen to their songs and stories, sometimes assuming the form of one of them, a silver-haired elder whose eyes held depths beyond telling. The elves welcomed him, sensing something special in his presence, a wisdom that illuminated their thoughts like sunlight through leaves. Particularly, he enjoyed visiting the workshops of the Noldor, those skilled craftsmen among the elves who delighted in making and understanding. There, amid the pleasant sounds of gentle hammers and the scratch of writing tools on parchment, he would engage in long conversations about the nature of light and shadow, of substance and spirit. Sometimes he would offer insights that would lead a craftsman to a new technique or a scholar to a fresh perspective, but always with such subtlety that the elves believed the revelations were their own discoveries. Yet despite the beauty and harmony that surrounded him, Olórin increasingly found himself drawn to the western halls of Nienna. There, the atmosphere was different, not filled with sorrow as many assumed, but with a deep compassion that embraced the fullness of existence. The halls were spare in their beauty, with high windows that faced the walls of the world beyond, which lay the void. The light here was diffused, softened, neither silver nor gold, but a gentle grey that reminded one of dawn or dusk, times of transition and possibility. Nienna herself moved through these halls like a shadow of gentle grace, her form tall and draped in garments that seemed woven of twilight itself. Her face was both serene and sorrowful, with eyes that held the depth of oceans. When she spoke, her voice carried the resonance of distant waves upon the shore. "Sit with me, Olórin," she would say, gesturing to a place beside her at a western window. "Tell me what you see." And Olórin would describe the patterns of light and cloud that played across the distant horizon, the subtle shifts in the air, the sense of vastness beyond comprehension. But Nienna would gently guide him deeper.
"Not with your eyes," she would whisper. "See with your heart. What do you feel?" In these moments, as he closed his eyes and opened himself to the whispers of the world, Olórin began to sense something new, a thread of melody, so distant that
it was more felt than heard, a call from beyond the perfect boundaries of Valinor. It vibrated with both joy and sorrow intertwined, with longing and hope, fear and courage, the complex harmony of mortal existence. "They walk in shadow," Nienna said softly one day, "not knowing the light, yet they raise their faces to the stars and wonder. They build and destroy, love and hate, dream and despair. And they call out, though they know not to whom." Olórin felt a strange tightening in his chest at these words, a sensation he had never experienced before. "Who calls?" he asked. "The children of Ilúvatar," Nienna replied. "Both the firstborn who remained behind and the secondborn who have now awakened. Middle-earth grows dark, Olórin. Shadows lengthen where once was light. As the cycles of the trees continued their eternal dance of silver and gold, Olórin found himself increasingly distracted during his walks in Lórien or his conversations with the Eldar. His thoughts would drift westward toward that distant melody he had sensed in Nienna's halls. Sometimes, as he sat beside the reflecting pools, he would see images of forests vast and mountains tall, of rivers winding through lands both beautiful and perilous. And occasionally, fleetingly, he would glimpse faces, mortal faces filled with wonder and fear, wisdom and ignorance, hope and despair. The gardens still bloomed with perfect beauty. The light of the trees still illuminated the blessed realm with undiminished glory, but Olórin felt a subtle change within himself, a quiet awakening of purpose, like a seed long dormant beginning to stir with the first intimation of spring. Something was calling to him from across the sundering seas, something that would shape the course of his existence for ages to come. In those quiet moments of contemplation, as the silver light of Telperion gave way to the golden glow of Lorelei, Olórin began to understand that wisdom without application is but an empty vessel, beautiful perhaps, but ultimately purposeless. And in this understanding, the first threads of his destiny began to weave themselves into the vast tapestry of time and tale. 5 mystical encounters and growing intrigue. As the immeasurable flow of time continued in Valinor, Olórin's awareness of the distant melody from beyond the sea grew stronger. It called to him not with urgency, but with gentle persistence, like the soft, repeated notes of a woodland thrush at twilight. During his wanderings through the endless gardens and forests of the Blessed Realm, he began to notice subtle signs that seemed to echo this calling. One silver-lit evening, as he walked a less-traveled path through a stand of white birches whose bark gleamed like polished pearl in Telperian's light, Olórin came upon a small clearing he had never seen before. At its center stood a fountain unlike any other in Lorien's expansive gardens. The water rose not in playful arcs, but in a perfect, silent column that neither splashed nor sprayed, but flowed upward in defiance of nature's laws, only to disappear into the air like mist meeting sunlight. Drawn by its strange beauty, Olórin approached and saw that the basin of the fountain was carved with symbols unfamiliar even to his ancient knowledge, flowing lines that seemed to change their pattern when viewed from different angles. As he leaned closer, the rising water suddenly trembled, and within its crystalline column an image formed, a tall tower of gleaming white, standing upon a mountain encircled by 7 walls. Though he had never seen this place, something about it resonated within him as if it were a memory not yet formed or a promise waiting to be fulfilled. "It is called Minas Anor," came a melodious voice behind him. "The tower of the setting sun. It does not yet exist, but it shall." Olórin turned to find Varda herself, the Queen of Stars, standing at the edge of the clearing. Her presence was both overwhelming and gentle, like starlight given form. Her eyes held the reflection of every star that had ever shone or would ever shine in the vastness of A. "Lady Elbereth," Olórin said, bowing deeply, using the name by which the elves reverently called her. Varda smiled, an expression of such profound kindness that the very air seemed to brighten. "You hear the calling, don't you, Olórin? The whispers?" "From across the sea." "I do," he admitted, "though I cannot fully understand their meaning." Varda moved to stand beside him at the fountain, and as she did, the column of water shifted again, now showing images of people, small folk with curly hair and bare feet, tending gardens and sitting beneath trees with expressions of simple contentment. "The world beyond these shores grows dark," Varda said, her voice gentle, yet carrying the resonance of deep concern. "Morgoth's lieutenant now rises where his master fell. Shadows spread across lands once fair, and the children of Ilúvatar face trials beyond their strength alone." Olórin watched as the images shifted again, showing forests once green now twisted, and darkened, creatures beautiful in design now corrupted into forms of nightmare, and faces once bright with hope now lined with fear and despair. "What can be done?" he asked, feeling an unfamiliar ache within his spirit. The first stirrings of that compassion which Nienna had been nurturing within him. Varda turned her star-filled gaze fully upon him, and in that moment Olórin felt as though she was seeing not just his present form, but all that he was and all that he might become. "The time approaches when a choice will be offered," she said, "a journey proposed, a mission of guidance rather than dominion. Remember this place, Olórin, and what you have seen here. The path ahead may be long and winding, but it leads to purposes greater than you yet understand." With those words, she departed as silently as she had appeared, leaving Olórin alone with the mysterious fountain. As he watched, the column of water gradually subsided, becoming an ordinary pool that reflected only the silver light of Telperion and his own thoughtful face. In the days that followed, Olórin found himself drawn to the western shores of Valinor, where the Teleri elves had built their beautiful city of swan ships. There, the sound of the sea provided a constant accompaniment to thought, waves gently caressing white sands or crashing against distant cliffs, each with its own rhythm and voice. He would sit for long hours upon the shore, watching the boundless waters stretch toward the horizon, feeling the distant call growing ever stronger. During one such vigil, as the mingled light of the trees played across the waters in ripples of silver and gold, Olórin became aware of another presence nearby. Turning, he saw Ulmo, Lord of Waters, rising from the sea, not in terrible majesty, but in a form resembling an aged fisherman, his beard white as sea foam, his eyes deep and unfathomable as the ocean depths. "The waters remember all things, Olórin," Ulmo said without preamble, his voice like the deep currents of the ocean. "They carry whispers from distant shores, songs from forgotten times, cries from hearts in darkness." "I have begun to hear them," Olórin replied. Ulmo nodded, sending droplets of water cascading from his beard like precious gems. "Of all your kind, you have listened the most deeply. You have sat with Nienna and learned not just to hear, but to feel. This is why the choice will come to you, though others may seem more fitting at first glance. What choice?" Olórin asked, though something within him already sensed the answer. Ulmo gazed out across the sea, his expression both sad and resolute. "The Valar have long kept themselves apart from the struggles of Middle-earth, intervening only in the most dire circumstances, but now a subtler approach is contemplated, not power against power, which only breeds more destruction, but wisdom and counsel, patience and hope." The Lord of Waters turned back to Olórin, his eyes now reflecting not just the depths of the ocean, but the very stars of Varda's making. "When the time comes, remember this. The greatest power is not in domination, but in inspiration. Not in commanding, but in guiding. Not in being feared, but in being loved." With those cryptic words, Ulmo stepped backward into the waves, his form dissolving into sea foam and spray, until no trace of him remained, save for the lingering resonance of his voice in Olórin's mind. As Olórin continued his quiet explorations of Valinor in the time that followed, he began to notice other signs and portents. Flowers blooming out of season with petals shaped like stars, birds singing melodies that seemed to form words in languages he had never heard, the wind carrying scents of distant lands, pine forests and open plains, mountain snow and river valleys. The world beyond was making itself known to him in countless subtle ways, preparing him for what was to come. During his visits to Nienna's halls, he found her more pensive than usual, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon with an intensity that spoke of deep concern. She spoke less often, but when she did, her words carried new weight and purpose. "Compassion without action is but an empty gesture," she told him one day, as they sat watching distant storm clouds gather over the endless waters. "Wisdom unshared is a light hidden under a vessel. You have learned much in these halls, Olórin, about the nature of sorrow and the healing it can bring when properly understood. Soon, you will be asked to carry that understanding to places where healing is sorely needed." Olórin nodded, feeling both apprehension and a strange excitement stirring within him. I am not certain I am ready for such a task, he admitted. Nienna turned to him then, and for the first time he could remember, she smiled, an expression of such profound tenderness that it seemed to illuminate the halls more brightly than the light of both trees combined. It is precisely that uncertainty which makes you ready, she said softly. Those who believe themselves fully prepared for great tasks are often the least equipped to handle them. It is in acknowledging our limitations that we remain open to growth and change. As the light cycles continued their eternal dance, the calling from beyond the sea grew clearer, no longer just a distant melody, but a chorus of voices, some raised in song, others in lamentation, still others in questions that echoed across the vast spaces between worlds. And with each passing day, Olórin felt himself changing, his spirit expanding to encompass not just the perfect beauty of Valinor, but the complex, messy, vibrant possibility of the lands beyond. He was being prepared, though for what exactly, he could not yet fully comprehend. But in the garden paths of Lórien, in the reflective halls of Nienna, on the shores of Ulmo's domain, and in countless quiet moments of contemplation, the seeds of a new purpose were taking root within him. Seeds that would, in time, grow into a destiny that would help shape the very fate of Middle-earth. The day that would forever alter the course of Olórin's existence began like countless others before it, with silver light giving way to gold as the trees waxed and waned in their eternal dance. Yet there was a subtle difference in the air, a tension like the hushed expectancy before a summer storm, though no clouds marred the perfect sky over Valinor. Olórin had been sitting in meditation beneath the boughs of a great malon tree in Lórien's garden, its leaves shimmering with reflected light when he felt rather than heard the summons. It came not as a command, but as a gentle invitation, like a door opening onto a previously unseen path. Rising, he found his feet carrying him almost of their own accord, away from the familiar paths of the garden toward the great ring of mountains that encircled the blessed realm. The journey seemed both brief and endless, the landscape flowing around him like water, until at last he found himself ascending a long spiral stairway carved into the living rock of Tanicatil, the highest mountain in all of Arda. Above him soared the impossibly tall peak, its summit wreathed in soft clouds that glowed within a light. This was Ilmarin, the mansion of Manwë and Varda, Lord and Lady of the Valar, a place Olórin had never before been summoned to enter. As he climbed, the air grew thinner yet somehow richer, filling his lungs with a sweetness that invigorated his spirit. Great eagles soared on currents of wind around the mountain's spire, their mighty wings creating gentle breezes that carried the scent of high, clean snow and distant stars. The stairway wound higher and higher, until at last it opened onto a vast, circular platform of polished white stone, open to the sky and surrounded by delicate arches that seemed to be carved from solidified light rather than any earthly material. In the center of this platform stood a ring of thrones, each unique in its design yet harmonious with the others, like different notes in a perfect chord. Most were empty, but upon the central throne sat Manwë himself, elder king of Arda, his form both solid and insubstantial at once, as if he were partially composed of the very air that was his domain. His eyes were the blue of the deepest sky, and his hair and beard flowed like white clouds around a face of ageless wisdom and compassion. At his right hand stood Varda Starkindler, her presence so radiant that Olórin found it difficult to look directly at her. And seated on thrones to either side were others of the Valar, Olórin the craftsman, with his beard of burnished copper. Yavanna, lady of growing things, her gown seemingly woven of living leaves and flowers. Ulmo, still bearing the appearance of the aged fisherman from their meeting on the shore. Nienna, whose eyes held both sorrow and hope in equal measure. And others whose aspects Olórin recognized, though he had rarely encountered them directly. As he stepped onto the platform, the gentle winds that circled continuously around the summit fell silent, creating a moment of profound stillness. Olórin bowed deeply, overcome with reverence in the presence of so many of the powers that had shaped the very world. "Rise, Olórin," said Manwë, his voice like the whisper of wind through mountain pines, yet clearly audible. "You have been called here because a time of choice approaches for us, for you, and for all the peoples of Middle-earth." As Olórin straightened, he noticed for the first time that he was not the only Maya present. Standing in a loose semicircle behind the thrones were 4 others of his kind, each with their own distinct presence. There was Kurumo, proud and knowledgeable, a chief among the Maya who served Olórin. Iwendil, gentle and somewhat distracted, whose love for the birds and beasts of Yavanna's making was well known. And 2 blue-robed figures whom Olórin knew less well, followers of Orome the hunter. "Middle-earth stands at a crossroads," Manwë continued, his gaze encompassing all present. "For too long, the shadow of Morgoth's lieutenant has been allowed to grow unchecked. Sauron, once fair, now corrupt, extends his influence across lands. That should be free, yet we have learned that direct intervention brings its own perils, and the wounds of the War of Wrath have not fully healed in the fabric of the world." Vada stepped forward, her light dimming slightly, as if to allow all present to look upon her more comfortably. "A different approach is needed," she said, her voice like distant silver bells. "Not confrontation of power against power, but guidance, counsel, inspiration. The peoples of Middle-earth must find their own strength to resist the darkness, but they need not do so entirely alone." "We propose to send emissaries," said Olórin, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Not in the fullness of their power as unveiled Maya, but clothed in forms similar to those they go to help, to walk among them as counselors and guides, to kindle hearts to courage, minds to wisdom, and spirits to unity against the growing
dark." Olórin felt a strange tightening in his chest, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension.
He glanced at the other Maya and saw in their expressions that they too understood the significance of what was being proposed. "This will not be without cost," Manwë said softly. "To take on bodily form in Middle-earth is to accept certain limitations, to experience weariness and pain, to know hunger and thirst, to feel the slow passage of years, not as the gentle flow of eternal existence, but as a gradual diminishment. And there will be dangers, for Sauron's malice is great, and his cunning greater still." Nienna rose from her throne and approached Olórin, her face solemn yet touched with the same tender smile she had shown him in her halls. "You have sat long in my chambers," she said, "learning of sorrow and compassion. You have walked among the Eldar in Valinor, not in displays of power, but in quiet sharing of wisdom. And you have heard the calling from across the sea more clearly than most, felt the pain and hope of those who dwell in shadow." She placed a cool hand upon his brow, and in that touch Olórin saw visions of what might be. A world falling gradually into darkness, but with pinpoints of light scattered throughout, lights that might be kindled into greater brightness with the right guidance. He saw small hands performing great deeds, humble hearts making momentous choices, ordinary courage standing firm against extraordinary evil. The task would be to inspire, not to dominate, Nienna continued, withdrawing her hand, but leaving the echo of the visions in Olórin's mind. To guide, not to command. To serve, not to rule. It is a path of humility that may lead through great hardship, with no certainty of success. Yet it is also a path of profound purpose. For a long moment, silence reigned upon the summit of Taniqatil. The eagles resumed their soaring flight, creating once more the gentle winds that circled the
mountain's peak.
In that silence, Olórin felt the full weight of the choice before him, to remain in the blissful safety of Valinor, or to venture into an unknown future fraught with both peril and purpose. Then, with a clarity that surprised even himself, he knew his answer. The calling he had felt for so long now resolved itself into a single, unmistakable directive, like a clear note sounding through the confused harmonies of indecision. "I will go," he said simply, his voice soft yet carrying the weight of absolute commitment. Manwë's expression remained serene, yet Olórin sensed a subtle shift in the air around them, as if his decision had altered the very currents of fate. "Know this," said the elder king, "you will not go as you are now in the unfettered power of your Maya nature. You will be clothed in flesh, bound by its limitations, vulnerable to its hurts. Your memory of Valinor will remain, but as if seen through a veil, and much of your power will be hidden even from yourself, to be called upon only in moments of greatest need." "I understand," Olórin replied, though in truth he could not fully comprehend what such a transformation would mean until he experienced it. "There is more," said Varda, her star-bright eyes studying him intently. "Of all those gathered here, you have expressed the greatest reluctance to undertake this mission, the greatest doubt in your own readiness for such a task." Olórin felt a flush of embarrassment, wondering if his hesitation had somehow diminished him in their eyes. But Varda continued, her voice gentle yet powerful. "It is precisely this humility which best prepares you for what lies ahead. Those who march eagerly into great trials, confident in their own strength, often falter when that strength is tested. But those who go forward despite their doubts, who serve not from ambition but from compassion, they carry with them a resilience that cannot be broken by hardship or despair." She extended her hand, and upon her palm materialized a ring of red gold set with a ruby that burned within a fire. "This is Naria, the Ring of Fire," she said, "one of the 3 rings made by the elven smiths of Eregion, untouched by Sauron's hand, though made with knowledge he once shared. It has the power to kindle hearts to courage, to inspire hope in dark times, to preserve and protect what might otherwise fade and be forgotten." Olórin looked at the ring with wonder, understanding immediately the significance of what was being offered. "I am not worthy of such a gift," he said softly. "It is not given for worthiness, but for need," Varda replied. "You will not bear it openly at first, but keep it secret until the proper time. It will aid you in your task, though it cannot and should not replace the natural courage and hope of those you go to help." As Olórin hesitantly accepted the ring, feeling its curious lightness upon his palm despite the weight of responsibility it represented, Manwë rose from his throne. The air around him seemed to shimmer, as if the very atmosphere responded to his movements. "The time of departure is not yet," he said. "There are preparations to be made, both here and in Middle-earth. But the decision once made begins to weave itself into the great music that underlies all creation. Olórin, once known as the wisest of the Maya, you shall be known among mortals by many names. Mithrandir to the elves, Tharkun to the dwarves, in Canis in the south, and in the northern lands of Middle-earth, you shall be called Gandalf. The name settled around Olórin like a new garment, strange, yet somehow fitting. It carried with it echoes of a future not yet lived, of relationships not yet formed, of battles not yet fought, of wisdom not yet earned through long wandering and quiet service. As he stood upon the summit of Taniqatil, the wind of Manwë swirling gently around him, and the light of Varda's stars reflected in the ruby of the ring he now held, Olórin, soon to be Gandalf, felt both smaller and larger than he had ever been. Smaller in the face of the immense task ahead, larger in having found a purpose that transcended his own existence, and in that paradoxical moment, the first true peace he had known in ages settled over his spirit like soft, newly fallen snow. As the meeting upon Taniqatil concluded, Olórin found himself walking alone down the great spiral stairway, each step carrying him physically closer to the gardens of Lorien, but spiritually farther from the life he had always known. The weight of Naria, though the ring itself was hidden away within the folds of his raiment, seemed to press upon his consciousness, not as a burden, but as a constant reminder of what was to come. The landscape of Valinor, once so familiar that he had almost ceased to notice its perfect beauty, now revealed itself to him with renewed clarity. It was as if knowing he would soon depart had gifted him with fresh eyes to appreciate what he had too long taken for granted. The way the light caught in the crystal fountains of Tirion, fracturing into rainbows that danced across white marble
walls. The melodious voices of the Teleri drifting up from the shore as they sang to the rhythm of waves against their swan ships. The subtle perfume of flowers that bloomed eternally in Yavanna's pastures, their colors so vivid they seemed to
create their own inner light. As evening approached and the silver light of Telperion began to wax once more, Olórin found his feet carrying him not back to the gardens of Lorien, but to a small, secluded cove along the eastern shore. There, a stand of slender white birches grew right to the edge of the sand, their leaves whispering secrets to the gentle breeze. The beach itself was composed not of common sand, but of ground crystal that sparkled within a fire at the touch
of light. Olórin seated himself upon a smooth stone at the water's edge, watching as small waves lapped rhythmically against the shore, each retreat pulling the crystal sand with it in a soft, sibilant sigh before another wave pushed it back
into place. The dance of water and shore, endless yet never quite the same, mirrored the thoughts flowing through his mind. Circular, repetitive, yet gradually shifting toward new understanding. "I wondered if I might find you here," came a soft voice from behind him. Turning, Olórin saw Nienna standing at the edge of the birch grove, her grey robes blending with the silvery bark of the trees. Her face, always touched with sorrow, now held a gentle warmth that softened her usual melancholy. "This has always been one of your favorite places for contemplation," she said, moving forward to sit beside him on the stone, which seemed to widen, accommodatingly beneath them. "It is where the constancy and change of the world show themselves most clearly," Olórin replied. "The shore never changes its nature, yet is reshaped by every wave. The sea remains itself, yet is never the same, from one moment to the next." Nienna nodded. her eyes reflecting the soft light that played across the waters. "Much like the journey that lies before you," she said. "You will remain yourself in essence, yet will be reshaped by every encounter, every challenge, every moment of growth and discovery." They sat in companionable silence for a time, watching as the stars of Varda began to appear one by one in the deepening twilight above them, their reflections multiplying in the gentle swells of the bay. "I am afraid," Olórin admitted at last, the words coming more easily in Nienna's presence than they would have before any other of the Valar. "Not of physical danger or hardship, though I understand those await me. I fear failing in purpose."
"I fear not being what Middle-earth needs in its time of darkness."
Nienna's hand found his upon the stone between them, her touch cool yet comforting. "That fear," she said softly, "is the seed from which true courage will grow. It is the beginning of wisdom, not its absence." She turned slightly to face him more directly, her ageless eyes holding his gaze. "Do you remember what I taught you about the nature of compassion? That true compassion arises not from pity, observed at a distance, but from entering fully into another's experience." Olórin replied. "From allowing oneself to feel what they feel, to know what they know, to fear what they fear." "Yes," Nienna said with approval. "And in taking on this mission, in accepting the limitations of bodily form, in walking among the peoples of Middle-earth, not as a power beyond their comprehension, but as a fellow traveler on the long road. This is the ultimate expression of that teaching. You will know weariness as they do, hunger as they do, doubt and fear and joy and wonder as they do, and from that shared experience will come your greatest strength." Olórin considered her words, feeling their truth resonate within him. "The
"Others do not seem troubled by such thoughts," he said, thinking of Kurumo's confident assurance, of the eager excitement the blue-robed Maya had displayed. "They seem certain of success, clear in their purpose."
A shadow of deeper sorrow passed briefly across Nienna's face. "There are many kinds of certainty," she said carefully. "Some arise from true understanding, others from its absence. Remember this when the paths darken and choices become less clear. The wisest course is rarely the one that seems most obvious or direct." She rose then, standing before him with the sea at her back and the stars above her head, her form silhouetted against the silver-lit waters. "The time of preparation grows short," she said. "Soon you will depart these shores for an age of the world or more. Before that day comes, I would give you one last gift, not a token of power like Naria, but something perhaps more valuable in the long days ahead." Nienna reached out and placed her cool hands on either side of Olórin's face, drawing him gently to his feet. "Close your eyes," she whispered, and as he did, he felt her lips press softly against his forehead. The touch sent a current of sensation through his entire being, not like fire or lightning, but like the deep, slow movement of the earth itself, powerful yet gentle, irresistible yet patient. When he opened his eyes again, the world around him seemed both the same and profoundly different. The stars shone with the same silver brilliance, the waves continued their endless conversation with the shore, the birches still whispered in the evening breeze. Yet somehow he perceived not just their outer form, but the inner essence that animated them, the history, purpose, and potential that dwelled within each element of creation. "I have opened your inner sight," Nienna said, her hands falling away from his face. "Not to see what is hidden from others, but to perceive what lies open before all, yet few truly notice. the wonder within the ordinary, the extraordinary nature. Of what seems commonplace, the sacred that dwells within the mundane. Olórin looked down at his own hands, seeing them now not just as appendages but as instruments of potential for healing and harming, for building and destroying, for blessing and cursing. Every choice, every action, every word spoken or withheld seemed suddenly freighted with immense significance. This gift may seem at times more curse than blessing, Nienna continued, her voice gentle with understanding. To see so deeply is to feel more keenly, to bear responsibility more heavily, yet it will guide you when other lights fail, show you paths where others perceive only obstacles, and reveal alliances in unexpected places. She stepped back then, the distance between them growing as if she were being pulled away by an invisible tide, though her feet remained firmly upon the crystal sand. "My tears will follow you," she said, her voice becoming fainter, though no less clear. Not in sorrow alone, but in the recognition of beauty amid brokenness, of hope within despair, of love that transcends loss. Remember this, Olórin, who will be Gandalf. The greatest darkness cannot extinguish the smallest flame so long as one heart remains to tend it. And then she was gone, not suddenly as if by magic, but gradually as if she had simply stepped behind a veil that had always been present, yet never before noticed. Olórin stood alone upon the shore, the waves continuing their ageless dance with the land, the stars turning slowly in their appointed paths overhead. Yet he did not feel truly alone, for Nienna's parting gift had revealed the profound interconnectedness
Of all things, the way each wave was brother to every other wave, each star sister to all other stars, each grain of sand a universe unto itself, yet part of something far greater. As he turned to walk back toward the gardens of Lórien, Olórin
felt a curious lightening of spirit despite the weighty task that lay before him. The fear remained, as did the uncertainty, but they no longer seemed like obstacles to be overcome. Rather, they had become part of the complex tapestry of experience that would guide his path in the days to come, threads no less valuable for their darkness, notes no less essential for their dissonance. For the first time since the summons to Taniqatil, he felt truly ready, not because his doubts had vanished or his questions had been answered, but because he had come to understand that readiness itself was not a destination, but a journey, not a state of perfect preparation, but a willingness to begin despite imperfection. The path ahead would wind through shadow and light, through joy and sorrow, through victory and defeat. But with Nienna's gift of deeper seeing, with Naria's power to kindle hearts to courage, and with his own growing wisdom born of compassion, Olórin, soon to be Gandalf, would walk that path one step at a time, serving not from a place of superiority, but from a place of shared vulnerability, guiding not through command, but through example. And so, as Telperian's silver light bathed the blessed realm in gentle radiance, Olórin made his way back toward the gardens of Lórien, each step carrying him closer to a new beginning, each breath preparing him for a journey that would reshape not just his own existence, but the very fate of Middle-earth itself. The day of departure came with little fanfare, as is often the way with the most momentous of beginnings. Olórin stood upon the white quays of Alqualonda, the great harbour of the Teleri, watching as gentle waves lapped against the sides of the swan ship that would carry him and his fellow emissaries across the sundering seas. The vessel itself seemed almost alive, its graceful curves and lines suggesting not just masterful craftsmanship, but a deep harmony with the waters it was designed to traverse. The other chosen Maya stood nearby, Kurumo in robes of white that caught the morning light, Iwendil dressed in earthen browns, a small bird perched comfortably upon his shoulder, and the two blue-clad figures, LOTR and Palando, speaking quietly together in voices like distant running water. They would travel together across the sea, though Olórin already sensed that their paths would diverge once they reached the shores of Middle-earth. A small gathering of the Valar had come to witness their departure, Manwë and Vardar, standing, tall and radiant, Aula with his deep-set eyes reflecting concern for his former student Kurumo, Yavanna with a garland of ever-blooming flowers which she placed around Iwendil's neck, Orome the hunter giving last instructions to his blue-robed followers. Nienna stood slightly apart, her face bearing its customary sorrow, yet touched with something that might have been pride as her gaze met Olórin's across the quay. There were no lengthy speeches, no grand pronouncements. The purpose had already been made clear, the choices already taken. Manwë simply raised his hand in blessing, a gesture that sent a gentle breeze skating across the harbour, filling the swan ship's silver sails with a favourable wind. "Remember," he said, his voice carrying easily to all present despite its softness. "You go not to rule but to guide, not to dominate but to inspire. The peoples of Middle-earth must find their own strength against the coming darkness. Your task is to help them discover it within themselves." With those words echoing in their minds, the 5 Maiar boarded the waiting vessel. The Teleri mariners, tall and silver-haired, moved with practiced grace to cast off the mooring lines. Slowly, the ship began to glide away from the harbour, gathering speed as it moved toward the open water, its prow cutting a clean line through the crystalline blue of the bay. Olórin stood at the stern, watching as the white shores of Valinor receded in the distance. The 2 trees could still be seen upon their hill, their mingled light a soft glow that illuminated the blessed realm with silver and gold. He felt a pang of something very like the grief he had so often sensed in Nienna's halls, not for himself, but for the beauty he was leaving behind, perhaps never to see again in the same way. As the ship passed beyond the bay into the deeper waters of the Great Sea, a curious sensation came over Olórin. It began subtly, a slight heaviness in his limbs, a mild constriction around his chest, as if the very air had become somewhat thicker and more difficult to draw into his lungs. Gradually, this feeling intensified, spreading throughout his entire being. His vision seemed to narrow, the world's colors becoming slightly less vivid, sounds less crisp, scents less defined. It was as if a veil were being drawn between himself and the fullness of existence, not blocking it entirely, but muting it, distancing it. He looked to his companions and saw that they too were experiencing this transformation, each in their
own way. Kurumo's face showed a flash of alarm quickly mastered. Iwendil gazed with wonder at his own hands, as if seeing them for the first time. The blue wizards leaned against each other like saplings bending in a strong wind.
"It begins," said a voice beside him, and Olórin turned to find one of the Teleri mariners standing there, his ageless face compassionate. "The limitation of which you were warned. As we cross the seas between the realms, your nature changes. To match your destination, by the time we reach the shores of Middle-earth, you will be clothed fully in the form you must wear for your task." Olórin nodded, understanding yet not quite prepared for the reality of the experience. It was not painful exactly, but profoundly disorienting, like being accustomed to moving freely in all directions, suddenly finding oneself confined to walking only forward or backward. the other dimensions still visible but no longer accessible. This journey across the sundering seas lasted what felt like both a moment and an eternity. Time itself seemed to shift and flow irregularly, sometimes rushing forward, sometimes slowing to a crawl. The sun and moon, newly made to replace the light of the two trees after their destruction by Melkor and Ungoliant, made their first cycles overhead, teaching Olórin and his companions the rhythm of days and nights that would govern their existence in Middle-earth. Throughout this passage, the transformation continued. Olórin felt his form solidifying, becoming fixed in ways it had never been before. His awareness, once able to expand to encompass vast regions or contract to explore the inner workings of a single dewdrop, now seemed bound within the confines of the body taking shape around his spirit. Hunger and thirst made themselves known, for the first time, not as abstract concepts, but as insistent physical demands. Sleep, once a pleasure indulged in by choice, became a necessity as weariness settled into newly substantial muscles and bones. Yet with these limitations came new experiences as well. Food, when provided by the Teleri sailors, held flavors more intense and immediate than Olórin had ever known in his previous existence. The feel of wind against skin, of fabric against flesh, of wood beneath fingers, all these sensations carried a directness and intimacy that was both confining and exhilarating. On the 5th day of their voyage, as the ship sailed beneath a sky, transitioning from the deep blue of late afternoon to the soft lavender of approaching evening, land was sighted.
On the horizon, a dark line gradually resolving into the shadowy shapes of mountains and forests.
Middle-earth, their destination and future home for an age or more of the world. As the swan ship drew nearer to the shore, gliding into a natural harbour flanked by tall cliffs of dark stone, Olórin felt a curious tightening in his chest. Not the constriction of his transformation this time, but an emotion he recognized from his time in Nienna's halls. Anticipation mingled with apprehension, hope threaded through with uncertainty. The ship docked at a simple wooden pier that extended from a small settlement nestled at the base of the cliffs. As Olórin and his companions disembarked, they were greeted by a small delegation of elves, not the Vanyar or Noldor of Valinor, but Sindar and Nandor, who had never made the journey to the Blessed Realm, their faces bearing the subtle marks of long years spent under stars rather than the light of the two trees. One stepped forward, tall and silver-haired, with eyes that reflected the depth of centuries. "I am Círdan the Shipwright," he said, his voice carrying the slight lilt common to the Teleri kindred from which his people had separated ages ago. "Welcome to the Grey Havens, emissaries of the West." Círdan's keen gaze moved from one to another of the newly arrived Maya, now fully embodied, as they would remain for the duration of their mission. He seemed to be taking their measure, seeing beyond the physical forms they wore, to glimpse something of their true nature. When his eyes met,
Olórin's. There was a moment of recognition, as if some unspoken communication passed between them.
"You have come at a time of growing shadow," Círdan continued. "Though Morgoth was cast into the void at the end of the First Age, his lieutenant Sauron has been rebuilding his strength in secret places. Dark rumors come to us from the east."
And south, old alliances fray, and ancient vigilance wanes as memories of past perils fade. Kurumo stepped forward, his white robes gleaming even in the fading light of day.
"We have been sent to counsel and guide," he said, his voice carrying the same authority it had in Valinor, though now somewhat diminished by the limitations of his physical form. to help unite the free peoples against this rising darkness. Círdan nodded, though Olórin noticed a slight reservation in his expression as he regarded Kurumo. You will find that task more challenging than perhaps you anticipate, the shipwright said mildly. Each race has its own concerns, its own prejudices, its own ways of seeing the world. What seems obvious to the Eldar may appear incomprehensible to men, and what dwarves value may hold little meaning for either. Then we must learn to speak to each in terms they understand, said Olórin, speaking for the first time since their arrival. His voice surprised him, deeper than before, with a slight roughness at its edges, like wind through autumn leaves. Círdan turned to him with increased interest. Yes, he said simply. That would be wisdom indeed. He gestured toward the settlement behind him. Come, you have traveled far and in unfamiliar forms. Rest tonight, and tomorrow we shall speak more of the world you have entered, and the task that lies before you. As they followed Círdan up a winding path from the pier to the settlement proper, Olórin found himself hanging back slightly, his newly physical form moving with less grace than he was accustomed to. His limbs felt heavy, his steps uncertain. He was now an old man in appearance, his hair and beard silver grey, his face lined with wrinkles that suggested a lifetime of both laughter and concern. His body, while hale enough, carried the natural limitations of advanced age. Looking ahead at his companions, he noted that they too had assumed forms that reflected something of their inner nature. Kurumo appeared as a man in the prime of life, tall and commanding, with dark hair streaked with silver at the temples and a neatly trimmed beard. Iwendil had taken the form of a slightly stooped figure with kind eyes and a perpetually distracted air, birds already gathering around him as if sensing a kindred spirit. The blue wizards, LOTR and Palando, were lean and watchful, their eyes constantly scanning the horizons as if already looking toward the distant east that would become their domain. The settlement of the Grey Havens was both beautiful and practical, building of stone and wood that seemed to grow naturally from the landscape, designed to weather the salt winds that blew in from the sea. Elves moved about their evening tasks with the fluid grace characteristic of their kind, some pausing to regard the strange newcomers with curious but respectful gazes. Círdan led them to a large hall overlooking the harbour, where a meal had been prepared, simple fare by the standards of Valinor, but delicious to their newly sensitized palates. Fresh bread still warm from the oven, fish caught that very day, and lightly seasoned with herbs, fruits and vegetables from gardens tended with elven care, and a sweet golden mead that brought warmth and relaxation to limbs still adjusting to their corporeal constraints. As they ate, Círdan spoke of Middle-earth as it now stood at the beginning of the Third Age, of the kingdoms of men that had risen from the wreckage of Númenor, of the elven realms that maintained their ancient beauty even as their power slowly waned, of the dwarven mansions deep in mountain halls, of other smaller peoples who nonetheless would have their roles to play in the coming struggles. Olórin listened attentively, absorbing not just the information, but the way Círdan presented it, with neither the despair of one who has given up hope, nor the blind optimism of one who underestimates the challenges ahead. There was a balanced wisdom in the ancient shipwright that resonated with Olórin's own approach to the task before them. After the meal, as the others continued their conversation with Círdan, Olórin found himself drawn outside onto a balcony that overlooked the darkening waters of the harbour. The swan ship that had brought them from Valinor was now preparing to depart, its white sails catching the last light of the setting sun as the Teleri mariners made ready to return across the sundering seas. A profound sense of finality settled over Olórin as he watched. The ship represented his last physical connection to Valinor, and with its departure, he would be fully committed to his new existence in Middle-earth. The knowledge brought both sadness and a curious sense of freedom, like a bird that, having known only the safety of a golden cage, suddenly finds itself in the wild open sky, frightened yet exhilarated by the boundless possibilities before it. "It is always thus at moments of parting," said Círdan, who had come to stand beside him at the balcony rail. "One foot remains in the past even as the other steps into the future, and the heart is stretched between them." Olórin nodded, appreciating the shipwright's perception. "I have left Valinor before, in thought, if not in body," he said. "But never like this, never with such finality." Círdan studied him with eyes that held the memory of stars from the time before sun and moon. "Of all who have come," he said, quietly, "I sense in you the deepest understanding of what lies ahead, not merely the dangers, though those are real enough, but the true nature of the struggle, that it is not just against Sauron and his growing power, but against despair itself, against the weariness and division that are his greatest allies." From within his robes, Círdan drew forth something that caught the fading light in a flash of red, a ring set with a ruby that burned within a fire. Olórin recognized it immediately as Naria, the Ring of Fire, which had been entrusted to
him by Varda before his departure. "This was given into my keeping by Gil-galad before he marched to his death in Mordor," Círdan said, his voice low.
One of the three rings made by Celebrimbor, untouched by Sauron directly, though crafted with knowledge he shared in his guise as Anatar. "I have worn it for an age, using its power to preserve this haven against the slow decay of time." He held the ring out toward Olórin, his expression solemn yet touched with hope. "But I perceive that you will have greater need of it in the days to come. For of all those who have been sent, I deem that you are the most likely to kindle hearts to courage when all other lights go out." Olórin looked at the ring with a mixture of reverence and hesitation. "I was entrusted with this same gift before leaving Valinor," he admitted, "though I did not expect to bear it openly so soon." Círdan's eyes widened slightly in surprise, then crinkled with understanding. "Then it seems the wisdom of the Valar and my own heart are aligned in this matter," he said. "Take it and use it well. Its power is to preserve and inspire, to kindle, flame in frozen hearts, to maintain what might otherwise be lost to time and despair. It may prove your greatest ally in the long struggle ahead." With a deep sense of both honor and responsibility, Olórin accepted the ring, feeling its curious weightlessness upon his palm despite the burden of purpose it represented. He slipped it onto his finger, and for a brief moment, the weariness of his new physical form seemed to lessen, the aches of age receding like tide from shore. "I will bear it in secret for now," he said, removing the ring and securing it within his robes, "until the time is right for its power to be revealed." Círdan nodded in approval. "Wise," he said simply. "Sauron still seeks the rings of power, and while he cannot directly control the three that were made without his touch, he would nonetheless destroy them if he could, or corrupt those who bear them." They stood in companionable silence as the last light faded from the sky, the first stars appearing like distant memories of Varda's making. The swan ship had disappeared into the gathering darkness, leaving only the gentle sound of waves against the pier and the soft glow of elven lamps from the settlement behind them. Tomorrow, you will begin your journeys in earnest, Círdan said at last, each following the path that seems most needed, most fitting to your nature and purpose. But remember this, as you walk the long roads of Middle-earth, you are not alone. Though you may be separated by vast distances, though you may face trials unique to your chosen path, you are part of a greater design, a pattern woven into the very fabric of EA. He placed a hand on Olórin's shoulder, the gesture both comforting and affirming. And know that here, at the edge of the world between East and West, there will always be a haven for you when weariness or need brings you back to these shores. Olórin returned Círdan's gesture with a grateful nod. He felt for the first time since leaving Valinor a true sense of purpose settling over him like a well-worn cloak. The limitations of his physical form, the distance from the bliss of the Blessed Realm, the uncertainties of the path ahead, all these remained, yet they now seemed not obstacles to be overcome, but necessary parts of the journey itself. Tomorrow, he would take his first steps as Gandalf the Grey, wanderer and counselor, bearer of hidden fire, kindler of hearts. The road would be long and winding, with no clear end in sight. But for tonight, standing beneath the stars of Middle-earth with the quiet wisdom of Círdan beside him, it was enough to know that the journey had truly begun. Years passed like leaves carried on an autumn breeze, sometimes swirling rapidly, sometimes drifting slowly, but always moving forward in their appointed dance. Gandalf, as Olórin had come to think of himself in this new life, walked the breadth and length of Middle-earth, learning its ways, its peoples, its hidden places of beauty and shadow. The staff that had been given to him at the Grey Havens became both walking stick and subtle symbol of his purpose, not a scepter of authority, but a support for the weary traveler, a guide on darkened paths. Unlike Curumo, who had taken the name Saruman and sought the counsel of the mighty,
or Iwendil, now called Radagast, who retreated to the company of beasts and birds, Gandalf moved freely among all the peoples of Middle-earth. He sat in the halls of elven lords and at the hearths of humble farmers with equal comfort.
He learned the deep lore of ancient days, but also the simple wisdom of ordinary folk who had never known the light of Valinor, yet carried their own inner radiance. On this particular evening, as summer waned toward autumn, Gandalf found himself in a small settlement of men on the borders of what they called the Shire, a peaceful region inhabited by hobbits, those small, resilient folk who had captured his interest and affection early in his wanderings. The village was named Bree, and it was one of the few places in Middle-earth where men and hobbits lived side by side, each maintaining their own customs while sharing the common ground of daily life. The Prancing Pony, a comfortable inn that served both the big folk and little folk, as they called themselves, was Gandalf's destination. Its common room provided not just a warm fire and good food, but a crossroads of sorts, a place where news and stories from various corners of the world intersected and mingled like streams joining to form a river. As he ducked his tall frame, through the doorway, the familiar smells of hearth fire, pipeweed smoke, and fresh-baked bread greeted him like old friends. The common room was busy this evening with several groups of men gathered around tables near the central fireplace, a handful of hobbits sitting on specially raised seats at the bar, and a solitary dwarf in the corner nursing a mug of ale with the focused attention his people often gave to tasks both momentous and mundane. "Gandalf! called out Barlim and Butterbur, the innkeeper, his round face breaking into a genuine smile of welcome. "It's been an age since we've seen you. The usual, I expect." "Indeed, my good man," Gandalf replied, returning the smile as he made his way to the bar. "A pint of your finest and whatever is hot from the kitchen. It's been a long road from Fornost." As Butterbur hurried off to fulfill the order, Gandalf surveyed the room more carefully. He noted the way the different groups kept largely to themselves, not out of hostility, but from the natural caution that often separates those of different kinds. It was one of the challenges he had encountered throughout his years in Middle-earth, the tendency of each race to see primarily to their own concerns, to view the world through the narrow lens of their particular experience. Yet here in Bree, at least there was a kind of peaceful coexistence that offered hope for the greater unity that might one day be needed if Sauron's shadow continued to lengthen across the land. Butterbur returned with a foaming mug of ale and news that a hot meal of lamb stew with fresh bread would be coming shortly. "There's a room available too if you're planning to stay the night," he added. "The one under the eaves that you've taken before. Gets the morning sun, if I recall your preference correctly." "Your memory serves you well," Gandalf said with appreciation, taking a satisfying sip of the ale. "Yes, I'll take the room. I've business in the Shire tomorrow, but it's too late to travel further tonight." The mention of the Shire caught the attention of a group of hobbits seated nearby, who exchanged glances before one of them, a little older than the others with a shock of white hair and remarkably bright eyes, spoke up. "Begging your pardon, Mr. Gandalf, sir," the hobbit said, "but if you're heading Shireways, you might be interested in some news from those parts. My cousin Adalgrim Took was here just yesterday, come up from Tuckborough with a wagon of pipeweed for trade." Gandalf turned to the hobbit with interest. He had a particular fondness for the Took family, having found them more adventurous and open-minded than many of their kin. "Indeed? And what news does Adalgrim bring from the green hills of Tookland?" The hobbit, clearly pleased to have captured the wizard's attention, shifted his stool closer. "Well now, there's talk of strange lights seen in the old forest, just beyond Buckland. And sounds too, music some say, though like none heard in the Shire before. Ethereal, if you take my meaning, unworldly." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. The old forest was an ancient place, older than the settling of the Shire, with a consciousness and memory of its own. Strange occurrences there were not unheard of, but this particular account stirred his curiosity. "Interesting," he said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "And has anyone ventured to investigate these phenomena?" The hobbit chuckled, a sound like small pebbles rolling in a wooden bowl. "Investigate? Bless you, no. Respectable hobbits don't go poking their noses into such business. The Bucklanders keep that high hedge between themselves and the forest for good reason, and the rest of us are content to leave it that way." Gandalf nodded, familiar with the cautious nature of hobbits regarding anything that disrupted the comfortable predictability of their lives. It was both their strength and their limitation. Their ability to find contentment in simple pleasures and daily routines protected them from many of the world's darker influences, yet also left them vulnerable, through ignorance of dangers beyond their borders. "Perhaps I shall look into it myself," he mused aloud, "after my business in the Shire is concluded." The arrival of his meal temporarily shifted the conversation to appreciation of Butterbur's excellent cooking. The stew was rich and flavorful, thick with vegetables and tender morsels of lamb, and the bread was still warm from the oven, its crust crackling pleasantly as Gandalf broke it apart. As he ate, Gandalf observed a change in the common room's atmosphere. The hour had grown later, the ale had flowed freely, and the natural barriers between the different groups had begun to soften. A pair of men now sat with the hobbits, laughing at some shared joke. the solitary dwarf had been joined by a weather-beaten ranger, one of the Dunedain who patrolled the wild lands and kept watch against darker things that might threaten peaceful settlements like Bree. When Gandalf had finished his meal and was contentedly puffing on his pipe, sending small smoke rings to dance near the ceiling beams, the white-haired hobbit approached again, this time with a respectful but direct request. "Begging your pardon again, Mr. Gandalf, but the lads and I were wondering, that is, if you're not too tired from your travels, might you favor us with one of your tales? It's been many a year since we've heard the likes of your stories."
And the young ones here have never had the pleasure. Gandalf looked around to see that several faces, both big and little, had turned toward him with expressions of hopeful anticipation.
It was a scene that had played out many times during his wanderings, the gathering of folk around the traveler from afar, eager for news and tales from beyond their own experience. With a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes, Gandalf tapped out his pipe and rose to his full height, moving to take a seat in a large chair beside the central hearth. As if by some unspoken signal, people began to rearrange themselves, drawing closer, forming a loose semicircle around him. Even the innkeeper Butterbur found reason to linger nearby, ostensibly wiping already clean mugs with his apron.
"What manner of tale would you hear this evening?" Gandalf asked, his voice taking on a rhythmic quality that immediately captured attention.
"An adventure of bold heroes, a love story from the ancient days, or perhaps something of the very beginnings, when the world was young and the first stars kindled in the darkness." "The beginning," said a young hobbit lad, no more than 20. If Gandalf judged correctly, his eyes wide with anticipation. "Tell us how it all started." Gandalf nodded, settling more comfortably into his chair. It was a request he had received often, this desire to hear of origins, of how the world came to be as it was. In such tellings, he could share something of the truth he had known in Valinor, while adapting it to the understanding of those who had never walked in the Blessed Realm. "Very well," he said, his voice dropping to a register that seemed to resonate with the very timbers of the building. "In the beginning, before time was measured, before even the world itself took shape, there was the One. And the One made the Ainur, the Holy Ones, who were the offspring of his thought. To them he taught the art of music, each learning to sing, in harmony with the others, creating great themes of unimaginable beauty." As Gandalf spoke, his hands moved subtly, almost as if conducting an invisible orchestra. The common room had fallen completely silent now, all attention fixed on the grey-robed figure whose ordinary appearance seemed transformed by the power of his narrative. Then the One gathered the Ainur before his face and set them a mighty task to create a great music together, weaving their individual melodies into a vast symphony. And as they sang, a vision appeared before them, a world taking shape from their harmonies, mountains rising from bass notes, rivers flowing from fluid arpeggios, forests growing from intertwining melodies. Gandalf paused, his eyes distant, as if seeing beyond the confines of the inn to visions of cosmic creation. But among the Ainur was one named Melkor, greatest in power and knowledge. And Melkor began to introduce themes of his own devising, discordant notes that clashed with the harmonies established by the One. Some of the Ainur faltered in their singing, some were drawn to Melkor's new theme, and discord spread through the great music. A log in the fireplace shifted, sending up a shower of sparks that momentarily illuminated the rapt faces gathered around Gandalf. He continued, describing how the One incorporated even Melkor's discord into a greater harmony, how the vision of the world became more complex, filled with both beauty and sorrow, joy and pain. And when the music was complete, the One spoke to the Ainur. "Behold your music. This is your creation, which I have taken and made real. And those among you who wish may descend into it, to guide and shape what your harmonies have begun." For over an hour, Gandalf continued the tale, telling of the descent of the Valar into the newly created world, of their labors to shape it. According to the vision they had seen of Melkor's continued attempts to mar their work, of the kindling of the stars by Varda as lamps of hope in the darkness. He described the awakening of the elves beside the waters of Cuiviénen, their journey westward to the light of Valinor, and the coming of men, the second-born, as the first dawn broke over Middle-earth. He spoke of the two trees, Telperion and Lorelin, whose mingled silver and golden light illuminated the blessed realm, and of their destruction by Melkor and Ungoliant, which led to the creation of the sun and moon. Throughout his telling, Gandalf was careful to present these events not as distant myths, but as a living history that continued to shape the world his listeners inhabited. He wanted them to understand that they were part of an ongoing story, that their own lives and choices carried meaning within this greater narrative, as he concluded with the binding of Melkor, now called Morgoth, the Black Enemy, and his banishment into the void. At the end of the First Age, Gandalf noted the expressions on the faces around him. There was wonder, yes, and the simple pleasure of a well-told tale. But in some eyes, particularly those of the older listeners, he also saw contemplation, a weighing of this cosmic history against their own experiences. And so the First Age ended, Gandalf said, his voice returning to its normal register as he drew the tale to a close. But the music continues even to this day. Each of us plays our part, adding our own notes to the great symphony that began before time. In every act of creation, in every moment of courage or compassion, in every choice to protect rather than destroy, we echo the original harmonies taught by the One. A silence fell over the common room as he finished, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the distant sounds of night creatures outside the inn. It was the respectful silence that follows a story well told, a moment of shared contemplation before the ordinary world reasserts itself. Then gradually, conversation resumed, but with a different quality than before. Men and hobbits and the solitary dwarf spoke not in separate groups but across the previous divisions, asking questions, offering their own interpretations, sharing stories from their own traditions that echoed elements of what they had just heard. Gandalf accepted a fresh mug of ale from Butterbur and settled back to observe this natural communion with satisfaction. It was a small thing, perhaps, this temporary bridging of differences through shared story. But in these moments of connection, he saw the seeds of what might someday grow into the unity needed to stand against the gathering darkness. As the evening wore on and the common room gradually emptied, Gandalf remained by the fire, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. The white-haired hobbit who had initially requested the tale approached once more, taking a seat on a low stool nearby. "Thank you for the story, Mr. Gandalf," he said, his voice quiet but clear. "It puts things in perspective, doesn't it? Our little troubles here in Bree, or even the strange lights in the old forest, they're just small notes in a much larger song." Gandalf looked at the hobbit with renewed interest, recognizing a wisdom that belied the creature's simple appearance. "Small notes, yes," he agreed, "but essential ones nonetheless. The greatest symphony would be diminished by the absence of even its gentlest melody." The hobbit nodded, seemingly pleased with this confirmation. "I've often thought," he said, almost as if speaking to himself, that we hobbits must have some purpose in it all, though we're overlooked by the great ones. We're not mighty warriors or learned sages, but perhaps there's strength in smallness, in being easily underestimated. Gandalf felt a curious stirring at these words, a sense of something aligning in the vast pattern of purpose he had been seeking to discern since his arrival in Middle-earth. "There is indeed," he said softly. "And when the time comes for that, strength to be tested, I believe it will prove greater than even the wise have foreseen." With a respectful nod, the hobbit bid him good night and departed for his own lodgings, leaving Gandalf alone with the dying fire and his thought. Tomorrow, he would continue to the Shire, where a particular family of hobbits had caught his interest over the years, and perhaps afterward he would indeed investigate those strange lights in the old forest, for in his experience, such phenomena rarely occurred without cause or consequence. But for now, in the quiet of the Prancing Pony as midnight approached, Gandalf the Grey, once Olórin of Valinor, found himself content with the path he had chosen. The road was long, the burden sometimes heavy, but in moments like these, sharing ancient wisdom through simple stories, kindling understanding in hearts that might otherwise remain isolated from one another, he felt the rightness of his purpose, with a clarity that transcended doubt. And as he finally made his way up the creaking stairs to his room under the eaves, Gandalf carried with him not just the satisfaction of an evening well spent, but the quiet hope that through such small, seemingly insignificant encounters, the greater battle against shadow might eventually be won. Seasons turned like pages in an ancient book, each with its own story to tell, its own beauty to reveal. Years stretched into decades, decades into centuries, and Gandalf walked the paths of Middle-earth with unwavering purpose despite the weight of time that pressed upon his mortal form. His beard grew longer and whiter, his eyes deeper with gathered wisdom, his hands more gnarled, yet no less gentle in their touch upon the world. Throughout these long years, a pattern had gradually emerged from what first appeared to be random wanderings. Gandalf found himself returning again and again to certain places, forming connections with particular individuals and families, as if drawn by some unseen current toward a destination not yet revealed. The Shire especially called to him with increasing frequency, that peaceful enclave of hobbits whose simple lives and uncomplicated joys reminded him of what was worth preserving in Middle-earth. It was there, in the rolling green hills and quiet villages of the Shire, Bywater, and Mishal Delving, that Gandalf often sought respite from the growing shadows elsewhere. The hobbits welcomed him for his fireworks and stories, not knowing that in their laughter and contentment he found renewal of his own hope and purpose. But even in this haven, change was coming. On a golden autumn afternoon, as Gandalf sat beneath the party tree in the Shire, sharing pipeweed and conversation with an elderly hobbit named Gerontius Took, known to most as the Old Took due to his remarkable longevity, a question arose that would set in motion events of far greater significance than either could have foreseen. "Tell me, Gandalf," said the Old Took, his voice carrying the slight quaver of advanced age, but still clear and thoughtful. "In all your travels across Middle-earth, have you ever found anything like our Shire elsewhere? Any place where folk live so contentedly?" Gandalf considered the question, watching the smoke from his pipe rise in lazy spirals toward the branches above. Around them, hobbit children played games of tag and hide-and-seek, their laughter punctuating the peaceful afternoon like melodious bells. In nearby gardens, industrious hands tended late-blooming flowers and harvested the last vegetables before frost. It was a scene of domestic tranquility, that had remained largely unchanged for generations. "There are other peaceful places," Gandalf replied at last. "The hidden valley of Rivendell, where Elrond half-elven maintains a sanctuary of learning and beauty. Certain villages of men in sheltered valleys where simple goodness still prevails. Even among the dwarves in their great halls beneath the
mountains, there is joy and fellowship alongside their love of craft and treasure." He paused, drawing thoughtfully on his pipe before continuing.
But there is something unique about the Shire, a particular quality of rootedness. You hobbits have a gift for finding contentment in small pleasures, for appreciating what you have, rather than yearning always for what lies beyond reach. It is a rare and precious thing in these latter days. The old Took nodded, a smile creasing his wrinkled face. "We're simple folk with simple tastes, that's all. A good meal, a fine pipe, the company of friends and family. What more could one ask for?" He looked around at the peaceful scene, his expression growing more pensive. "Yet I sometimes wonder if our very contentment might be our undoing. We pay little heed to the wider world, know almost nothing of its troubles or triumphs. Is there not danger in such insularity?" Gandalf glanced sharply at his companion, surprised by this insight from one generally considered eccentric by his neighbors for his modest interest in outside affairs. "There is wisdom in your question," he acknowledged. "No place, however peaceful, exists entirely separate from the wider world. The shadow that grows in distant lands may one day reach even these green hills, and if that day comes, the Shire will need more than good meals and fine pipeweed to weather the storm." The old Took's eyes, still bright despite his years, fixed on Gandalf with sudden intensity. "You speak of a specific shadow, not just a general possibility. What troubles brew beyond our borders, old friend? What darkness gathers that might one day threaten even the Shire?" Gandalf hesitated, weighing how much to share with this elderly hobbit, whose remaining years were likely few. Yet something in Gerontius Took's direct gaze, in the genuine concern that transcended his own immediate comfort, decided the matter. "There are signs," Gandalf said, lowering his voice though no one was near enough to overhear, "that an ancient evil stirs once more. Not Morgoth himself, who remains bound beyond the walls of night, but his most terrible servant, Sauron, who was thought defeated at the end of the Second Age, yet whose spirit endured. Whispers come from the east of a nameless fear, growing in strength. Creatures long hidden in deep places emerge with increasing boldness. The wise are troubled, though we have not yet determined the full nature of the threat." The old Took's face had grown solemn as Gandalf spoke, the afternoon sunlight now seeming less golden, more fragile against the weight of such tidings. "And what of the Shire?" he asked. "What role might we small folk play in such great and terrible matters?" Gandalf looked out across the peaceful landscape, his gaze seeming to penetrate beyond the present moment into possibilities yet unrealized. "That remains to be seen," he said softly. "But I have learned in my long wanderings that greatness often comes from the most unexpected sources. The strength of men may fail, the wisdom of elves fade, the stubbornness of dwarves prove insufficient. Perhaps when that time comes, it will be the unlooked-for courage of hobbits that turns the tide." The conversation shifted then to more immediate concerns, the upcoming harvest festival, the mild dispute between two neighboring families over an apple tree that straddled their property line, the old Took's numerous grandchildren, and their various accomplishments. But something had changed, a seed of awareness planted that would grow in its own time. Years passed. The old Took eventually died at the impressive age of 130, a record among hobbits, that many attributed to the magical qualities of the smoke rings Gandalf had taught him to blow. Leadership of the Took family passed to his descendants, and life in the Shire continued in its comfortable rhythms, seemingly untouched by the growing disquiet in the wider world. Gandalf's visits became less frequent as his attention was increasingly drawn to troubling developments elsewhere, the sickness spreading through Greenwood the Great, now called Mirkwood, the multiplication of orcs in the misty mountains, the whispers of a necromancer establishing a stronghold at Dol Guldur. Yet always, in the back of his mind, remained the Shire and its people, like a quiet haven to which his thoughts returned in moments of weariness or doubt. It was during this period that Gandalf's path crossed that of a most unusual hobbit named Bilbo Baggins, a descendant of the old Took through his mother's line. Something about this particular hobbit, a hidden depth beneath his conventional exterior perhaps, or an unacknowledged restlessness in his otherwise respectable life, caught Gandalf's attention and held it. On an impulse that felt guided by more than mere chance, Gandalf included Bilbo in an adventure involving 13 dwarves and a dragon, a journey that would transform the hobbit in ways neither of them could have anticipated. When Bilbo returned to the Shire after his unexpected journey, he brought with him not just a modest treasure and tales that scandalized his neighbors, but also something far more significant, a plain gold ring found in the darkness beneath the misty mountains. A trinket, it seemed, a curiosity useful for disappearing when unwanted relatives came calling. Yet from the moment Gandalf first heard of this ring, a disquiet grew in his mind, a shadow of suspicion that would take many long years to confirm. Now, on this misty spring morning decades later, Gandalf stood once more before the round green door of Bag End, leaning on his staff as he caught his breath after the climb up the hill. He had come directly from Minas Tirith, where long research in ancient scrolls had finally confirmed his worst fears about Bilbo's ring. The journey had been swift and taxing, but urgency drove him forward despite the weariness of his aged form. Bilbo, now remarkably well preserved at 111 years, greeted him with genuine pleasure, ushering him into the familiar comfort of the Smile, with its rounded passages and cozy rooms. They spoke of many things: Bilbo's planned birthday celebration, his writing projects, news from distant lands that the old hobbit still found fascinating, despite never again venturing beyond the Shire's borders. But underlying their conversation was a tension, a weight of unspoken purpose that both felt, but neither immediately addressed. It was only after they had shared a meal and were sitting in Bilbo's study with pipes lit and a fire crackling in the grate against the evening chill that Gandalf finally broached the subject that had brought him there. "Bilbo, my old friend," he said, choosing his words with care, "I must ask you about the ring you found in Gollum's cave. There is a matter of some urgency concerning it." Bilbo's hand, which had been reaching for his pipe, froze in midair. A subtle change came over his face, a tightening around the eyes, a wariness that had not been there a moment before. "My
Ring, he said, his voice both defensive and puzzled. "What about it? It's just a trinket, a souvenir of my adventure, quite useful for avoiding the Sackville Bagginses, I might add."
Gandalf noted the reaction with concern, but kept his tone conversational. "I believe it may be more than that, Bilbo, much more. There is a simple test that would confirm my suspicions if you would permit it." "Test? What sort of test?" Bilbo's hand had moved unconsciously to his waistcoat pocket, where Gandalf knew he kept the ring. "Nothing harmful," Gandalf assured him. "I merely wish to see the ring in the fire for a moment. If it is what I fear, certain markings will appear that
are otherwise invisible. Bilbo's expression grew more troubled.
His fingers worked nervously at his pocket, and for a moment, Gandalf thought he might refuse. Then, with visible effort, the hobbit mastered himself. "Of course, Gandalf, if it's important to you, though I don't see what all the fuss could be. About..." With reluctance that seemed excessive for such a small request, Bilbo withdrew the ring from his pocket. It gleamed innocently in the firelight, a simple band of gold with no visible markings or adornments. Yet even from where he sat, Gandalf could sense a presence about it, a weight of malice and purpose that belied its ordinary appearance.
"It in the fire," Gandalf instructed gently. "Just for a moment." Bilbo hesitated again, then with a small, nervous laugh, tossed the ring into the heart of the fire.
Both watched as the flames licked around it, the gold glowing red but showing no signs of melting despite the intense heat. After a minute, Gandalf used the poker to fish the ring out, dropping it onto the stone hearth. "Pick it up," he said. "It will not be hot." Looking dubious, Bilbo reached for the ring, then jerked back in surprise when he found Gandalf's words to be true. The metal was cool to the touch despite having been in the flames. With growing unease, he held it up to the light. "I see nothing."
"Unusual," he said, a note of relief in his voice. "No markings, no change." Gandalf leaned forward, his bushy eyebrows drawing together in concentration.
"Look again," he said, more carefully. "Hold it up to the light at different angles." Bilbo did as instructed, turning the ring slowly. Then he gasped. Faint but unmistakable, fiery letters had begun to appear along the outside and inside of the
ring, flowing script in a language Bilbo did not recognize.
"What does it say?" he whispered, his earlier defensiveness replaced by genuine alarm. Gandalf's voice was grave as he recited, "One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them." He sat back in his chair, his expression somber. "It is as I feared, Bilbo. This is no trinket you have been carrying all these years. This is the One Ring, forged by Sauron himself in the fires of Mount Doom, the master ring that controls all others, that contains much of his power and malice." Bilbo's face had gone pale. He stared at the ring in his palm as if seeing it for the first time. "But that's impossible. The One Ring was lost thousands of years ago after the last alliance. It fell with Isildur in the Gladden fields. Everyone knows that tale." "Lost, yes, but not destroyed," Gandalf said quietly. "And now we know where it has been all these long years, first with the creature Gollum in the darkness under the mountains, and then with you, Bilbo Baggins of the Shire." A long silence fell between them, broken only by the soft crackling of the fire and the distant sound of night insects beginning their evening chorus outside the window. Bilbo continued to stare at the ring, his expression a complex mixture of disbelief, fear, and, most troubling to Gandalf, a possessive longing that seemed to grow stronger even as they sat there. "What must be done?" Bilbo asked finally, his voice small and uncertain. Gandalf sighed deeply, feeling the weight of the moment press upon him like a physical burden. "The ring must be destroyed," he said. "It can only be unmade in the fires. Where it was forged, Mount Doom in the heart of Mordor, Sauron's own realm. But that is a task beyond any of us here, requiring counsel and planning that I am not yet prepared to give." He leaned forward, placing a gentle hand on Bilbo's shoulder. "For now, Bilbo, the most important thing is that you must give up the ring. It has been in your possession far too long already. Even with your remarkable resilience, its influence grows. You must pass it to another before it consumes you entirely." Bilbo's fingers closed around the ring, his knuckles whitening with the force of his grip. For a moment, a shadow seemed to pass over his face, twisting his familiar features into something harsh and alien. Then, with great effort, he nodded. "To Frodo," he said, his voice steadier now. "My nephew and heir. I had already decided to leave the Shire after my birthday celebration to go to Rivendell and finish my book. I will leave everything to Frodo Baggins.
And my belongings and the ring. If it must be passed on, there is no one I would trust more."
Gandalf nodded slowly, though concern still lined his face. "A wise choice. Frodo has a strength of spirit that may serve him well in bearing this burden, at least for a time. But the transfer must happen cleanly, Bilbo. You must leave the ring behind willingly, not as a thing torn from you against your will." "Of course," Bilbo agreed, too quickly. "At the party, after my speech, I'll just slip away, use the ring one last time for a bit of theatre, leave it with my other things for Frodo to find after I've gone." Though not entirely satisfied with this plan, Gandalf recognized it was likely the best they could hope for, given Bilbo's already strong attachment to the ring. "Very well," he said, "we will proceed as you suggest. But remember, Bilbo, the ring will resist being abandoned. It has a will of its own and has already been working upon yours for decades. When the moment comes, you will need all your considerable courage and strength of heart." The weeks that followed were filled with preparations for Bilbo's 11th birthday celebration, an extravagant event that would be long remembered in the Shire. Throughout this busy time, Gandalf watched his old friend carefully, noting the increasing frequency with which Bilbo checked his pocket, the way his mood would swing between expansive generosity and irritable secrecy, the growing reluctance to discuss any specific plans for after the party. The night of the celebration arrived, warm and clear, with stars scattered like diamond dust across the velvet sky. Gandalf contributed magnificent fireworks that delighted guests of all ages, while Bilbo played the gracious host, moving among the gathered hobbits with apparent ease, despite the tension Gandalf could sense building within him. When the moment for Bilbo's speech came, Gandalf positioned himself where he could observe, without being obvious, his concern mounting as he noticed the hobbit's hand repeatedly straying to his pocket as he addressed the crowd. Then came the moment of truth. Bilbo's enigmatic farewell, his fingers closing around the ring in his pocket, his declaration of departure. And he was gone, vanished before the astonished eyes of all present, causing an uproar that provided perfect cover for Gandalf to slip away from the party field and make his way swiftly to Bag End. There he found Bilbo, visible once more, bustling about and making final preparations for his journey. But when Gandalf raised the question of the ring, the change that came over his friend was shocking in its intensity. Gone was the amiable hobbit, replaced by a possessive, suspicious creature who clutched at the ring and snarled accusations. It took all of Gandalf's restraint not to use his power in that moment, to simply take the ring by force. Instead, he drew himself up to his full height, allowing just a fraction of his true nature to show through his physical form, a glimpse of the Maya spirit that dwelled within the aged exterior.
"Bilbo Baggins!" he thundered, his voice resonating with power that made the very air vibrate. "Do not take me for some conjurer of cheap tricks. I am not trying to rob you. I'm trying to help you." The display had its intended effect. Bilbo's anger collapsed into fearful remorse, and in that moment of clarity, he made his choice.
With trembling hands, he placed the ring on the mantelpiece and turned away, already feeling its pull lessening as distance grew between them. "It's there," he said, his voice unsteady but determined. "On the mantelpiece. With my will and other documents for Frodo." He took a deep breath like someone emerging from deep water. "I do feel lighter, Gandalf, like butter scraped over too much bread," I said earlier. "But the scraping is done now, isn't it? Whatever comes next, at least I am myself again." Gandalf knelt before his friend, genuine affection softening his features. "You are indeed, my dear Bilbo, the first ring-bearer in history to give it up willingly. That is no small thing." Their parting was bittersweet. Bilbo setting off down the road toward Rivendell with a walking stick and a pack of modest provisions, singing softly to himself. Gandalf remaining behind at Bag End, watching until the small figure disappeared into the night before turning his attention to the innocent-looking gold band that now sat upon the mantelpiece. He did not touch it, even for one of his nature and power. The temptation of the One Ring was too great a risk. Instead, he settled into a chair to wait for Frodo's return from the party, his mind already racing ahead to what must come next. Consultations with Elrond and the White Council, investigations to confirm Sauron's movements, preparations for what might become the final confrontation of the Third Age. Yet amid these grave thoughts, a curious sense of rightness settled over Gandalf. Here, in the unexpected discovery of the One Ring in the keeping of a hobbit, he recognized the culmination of patterns that had been forming since his first arrival in Middle-earth. His drawn to the Shire, his friendship with particular hobbits, his instinct to include Bilbo in the quest of Thorin Oakenshield. None of these had been random chances, but pieces of a greater design, notes in the ongoing music that had begun before time. And as Frodo's voice called out from the entrance hall, announcing his return from the celebration, Gandalf felt both the weight of what was to come and the profound certainty that even this, perhaps especially this, was part of his purpose in Middle-earth. Not to wield power against power, as Sauron might expect, but to kindle courage in the hearts of the small and overlooked, to guide rather than command, to inspire rather than dominate. In the humble surroundings of a hobbit hole with a burden of world-shattering significance about to be passed to the most unlikely of bearers, Gandalf the Grey, once Olórin of Valinor, understood at last the fullness of Nienna's teaching, that true strength often comes disguised as vulnerability, that the greatest victories may be won not through might, but through mercy, and that even the smallest person can change the course of the future. The tale of Gandalf, from his origins as Olórin in the blessed realm of Valinor to his journeys across the vast expanses of Middle-earth, does not end with the discovery of the One Ring. Indeed, that revelation marks not a conclusion, but a turning point, the beginning of a quest that would reshape the very fabric of the Third Age. But such adventures are stories for another night, another gentle journey toward dreams. As our time together draws to a close, beloved listeners, let us pause to reflect on what we have learned in following the footsteps of the Grey Pilgrim. For in his long and winding path, we may find wisdom to carry with us into our own journeys, both waking and sleeping. Gandalf began as a spirit of wisdom, learning compassion at the feet of Nienna in the timeless gardens of Valinor. His decision to take physical form and walk among the peoples of Middle-earth came not from desire for power or glory, but from recognition of a need greater than his own comfort. In accepting the limitations of bodily existence, weariness, hunger, pain, and the slow press of years, he gained something far more precious than the unfettered might he left behind: the ability to truly understand those he sought to help, to feel as they felt, to fear as they feared, to hope as they hoped. This is perhaps the first lesson we might carry into our dreams tonight, that true strength often lies not in remaining separate and superior, but in choosing vulnerability, in walking alongside rather than above. Gandalf's greatest power was never in spectacular displays of magic, but in his capacity to kindle courage in ordinary hearts, to see potential where others saw only limitations, to believe in possibilities that wiser minds had dismissed. Consider how he moved through Middle-earth not as a commanding presence demanding obeisance, but as a wanderer who sat by humble fires, who shared pipeweed and stories with farmers and innkeepers, who delighted in the simple pleasures of good food and cheerful company. He met each person where they were, speaking to elves of ancient lore and star memory, to dwarves of craft and mountain halls, to men of honor and legacy, to hobbits of gardens and good neighbors. In this lies another wisdom worth preserving as we drift towards sleep. That understanding requires adaptation, that connection flourishes in the soil of shared language and recognized values. We need not abandon our own nature to appreciate the nature of others, but we must be willing to see through eyes, not our own, to find common ground, even with those whose lives seem most distant from our experience. Throughout his many centuries, in Middle-earth, Gandalf maintained a balance that few others could claim, between hope and realism, between action and patience, between guiding and allowing others to find their own way. He knew when to speak and when to listen, when to lead and when to follow, when to use his power and when to withhold it. This equilibrium did not come easily or without cost. It was earned through long experience, through mistakes acknowledged and lessons embraced, through constant recommitment to his purpose, even when the path grew dark or unclear. Here, then, is a third insight to accompany us into slumber, that wisdom is not a destination reached once and forever, but a continuous journey of adjustment and growth. Each day presents new challenges requiring fresh responses. Each relationship offers opportunities for deeper understanding. Each failure contains the seeds of future success if we have the courage to learn from it. Gandalf's greatest strength was perhaps his ability to see potential in places others overlooked, in the stubborn courage of dwarves, in the ancient knowledge of Ents, in the quiet resilience of hobbits. He recognized that the power to resist darkness does not reside only in the mighty, but dwells also in the hearts of the small and ordinary, in unexpected acts of mercy, in simple choices to value compassion over convenience, courage over comfort, community over isolation. As we prepare to part ways for this night, let this be our final meditation, that hope persists even in the darkest times, that small actions can have consequences beyond our imagining, that each of us, no matter how seemingly insignificant in the grand tapestry of existence, has the capacity to affect the world around us through our choices and our care for others. Now, my tired, sleepy fellows, it is time to release the conscious mind and allow sleep to enfold you in its gentle embrace. Imagine yourself walking with Gandalf along a quiet forest path as evening deepens around you. The day's journey is done, and ahead lies a peaceful clearing where rest awaits. The wizard's steady presence beside you offers security and calm, his soft humming a lullaby that blends with the natural sounds of the forest, leaves whispering to the breeze, a distant stream murmuring over smooth stones, nightbirds calling softly to one another as stars begin to appear overhead. With each step, your body grows heavier, more relaxed. Your breathing deepens and slows, matching the tranquil rhythm of the world around you. Gandalf's voice grows softer as he bids you good night, assuring you that all is well, that you are safe to let go of wakefulness and drift into dreams where new adventures await. The path, the forest, the wizard himself begin to fade gently from your awareness, replaced by the welcoming darkness behind your closed eyelids. Your limbs are heavy now, pleasantly immobile. Your breath comes slow and even. Your mind, released from the need to analyze or plan or worry, floats free like a leaf. On a quiet pond, sleep approaches like a friend long awaited, arms outstretched in welcome. And as you surrender to its embrace, know that the wisdom of Gandalf, his compassion, his courage, his faith in the power of ordinary goodness to overcome extraordinary evil, remains with you, a quiet light to guide your dreams and greet you when you wake. Good night, my friends. May your sleep be deep and restful, and may you rise refreshed to face whatever adventures tomorrow may bring. For as Gandalf himself might say, each new day is a gift unexpected, a blank page awaiting its story, a road leading onward to horizons yet unseen.